Are you a breeder looking to showcase your show pigs? With a Walton Webcasting Show Pig Shoot, we are your go-to video service for capturing the full picture of your show pigs. We specialize in providing top quality video services for breeders like you. Our skilled video team comes directly to your operation. You talk to pigs, we capture the video. Whether it's baby pigs, boars, gilts, or sows, we ensure that their unique features will shine through. With the power of our website and social media, your professionally recorded videos are streamed live, allowing potential customers from all over the country to view and appreciate the quality of your show pigs. We handle the technicalities so you can focus on what you do best, raising exceptional livestock. To schedule your next show pig shoot, call Rhonda at 765-431-7367. Welcome to the ultimate show on the track. Today we celebrate our premier partners, the driving force behind the livestock industry across the nation. Get ready to witness the power of partnership as our premier partners take to the asphalt. Green light and they're off. On the track we have our first partner, Laird Premium Blend Genetics from premiumblendgenetics.com. Next up, it's Beck's Hybrids from beckshybrids.com. And here comes Showright from showright.com. Coming around, we have Brad Howe Ford from bhiford.com. And here comes First Farmers Bank and Trust from ffbt.com. And rounding out the racers, it's Kennedy Ventures from kennedyventuresok.com. On the track and in the ring, it's all about collaboration and teamwork. Join us in honoring our premier partners because together they're the driving force of the livestock industry.
Well, good morning. Good morning and welcome to the 2026 Oklahoma Youth Expo Breeding Doe Show. Beautiful weather. We got a great set of animals to bring to you today. We got a great set of judges. And ladies and gentlemen, before we get kicked off here this morning, you're in for a real treat. We've got a young man all the way from Depew, Oklahoma. His name is Tice Buck, and he is not new to having a microphone in front of him. He is going to be singing the national anthem, so if you would, get out of your seats and on your feet in honor and respect for the American flag. Tice, it's all yours.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Well, great job, and what a way to start the day. We're going to be looking for class number 1. Class 1 breeding does should be making their way up into the show ring at this time. Class 1 breeding does, weight range 50 to 67 pounds. If you would, let's give these exhibitors on the outside of the ring a round of applause as they exit. As we get started here this morning, I'd like to take a moment here to introduce our judges for today's Doe Show. We've got two, Mr. Steve Sturts, and his associate judge today is Mr. Chance Neff. Steve owns and operates Sturts Show Goats and Stock Dogs, as well as Sturts Reproduction Services, stationed there in San Angelo, Texas. He's president of the Texas Goat Breeders Association. He's evaluated sheep and goats at the district, state, and national level. Mr. Neff also grew up in San Angelo, Texas. He attended South Plains College and Texas Tech University, where he judged livestock. He currently owns and operates Neff Livestock that's located there in Miles, Texas, with his wife Lacey and their 3 daughters. If you would, join me in a round of applause as we welcome Mr. Sturts and Mr. Neff to the Oklahoma Youth Expo.
Well, good morning, Oklahoma City and OIE Doe Show. We've been looking forward to this for quite some time. It's really a neat opportunity for me. I got my first time to judge with an associate, assistant, whatever you want to call it, a second judge a few weeks ago at San Antonio at the Lamb Show, and it was a great experience, and I'm going to probably do some things different than some of the guys do with judging, and probably a little bit different here than I did there, just because of the way it works with a doe show and a weather show and so on and so forth. But I am going to be very transparent with you all to start off with, because I think sometimes as a judge and a two-judge thing, I think that sometimes people get confused on who's doing what and why and where and who they're showing to, and we're going to try to make this experience the best for the kids, the best for you on the outside of the ring, and know that when you brought a doe, she got looked at, and that we had both of us gave it a shot. I'll tell you that Chance told a young lady this morning that it's been 23 years, I guess, since I started hauling Chance around as a livestock judging kid, and we both matured a lot since then. I'm just going to put it that way. But it's been cool riding up with him. We had a good visit up there. The young man I used, actually, he was from Oklahoma, a young man named Cash Allen that was an assistant with me at San Antonio, and I spent a lot of time calling Chance Cash, getting it all mixed up, Cash on the way, or 4 weeks ahead of time. I called him every week so I could get to know him a little better. Well, I've been twisting on this one's ear for 20 years, so to speak, so it's a little different scenario as far as is how we know each other and what we do, and we're going to be doing this thing somewhat together. He called himself Support. He said he was going to ask me what flavor of coffee I wanted, and that was about it this morning. But he's going to do more than that, because I know Chance well. I coached him for years, and we have a lot of the same ideas. I do want you to know that they asked me to judge it, and they asked me to pick an associate, and so I'm going to make sure you come out of here with a Steve Sturch-looking doe, and that's going to be most important to me. And Chance knows that role and knows that he's done this before and been in this role, and it's got to be something I like at the end and something I can hang my hat on and take a picture with, and I'm sure he'll be proud of that as well. But as far as the transparency, we're going to talk about them from time to time. Most of the placings, or all of the placings, and except for maybe something that I think is close, I might ask for his advice on. But we're going to get out of here with one I like and one that I want to look at, and a top 5 or 10 or 15 or whatever we got to do that looks the part, and just want to be transparent about that. We're going to try to make it a good experience for everyone, and I'm getting long-winded before we start, but I think it's important that you all know what we're doing out here and why, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here and be able to do this. Both of us has judged this show before, and it's bar none the best doe show that I ever judged before, and I can promise you that I've been excited about it. I know Chance has been excited about it, and we've been excited to do it together. So we're going to go through them and try to make it a good experience for you and the kids. We're learning this two-judge thing. He actually did it before I ever did, but we're a proponent of it and think it's a nice thing and a good thing, and we're going to make it the best experience we can. In saying that, really nice first class, and I'm going to let Chance talk as soon as I get through with the top 5 and say anything he needs to say, but this one kind of walks in and takes away with it as far as I'm concerned. Really good on the move, really good silhouette, both on the stand and on the move, covers its track well. You get over top of this thing, and this has some boldness over her ribs, some width in her skeleton, comes back wider through that loin and through that hip. Just when you put movement, structure, skeleton, all that stuff together, this one just puts the total package together best for us. You get around front, this one has some forearm and some width. There's some bigger forearm goats. There's some that have a little more width, but when you put all those things together, this one kind of wins it easy for me today, and I think Chance agrees for sure on that. we've got a little more decision to make to me between second and third, and I've had them both ways, but the second one is really wide, really stout-footed. This one on the move really walks out and covers its track as well. Really appreciate the width, the loin this one has, the width out through the pin setting. Maybe not quite as attractive at times, especially on the side view, but we think structurally and skeletally on the move, this one really comes up to that second hole real good. Really big arm in this one. We could probably pull that one apart in its lower rib, give it a little more curvature and a little more boldness to the rib in comparison to the two on each side of it. But man, what a really neat one to handle from that loin back, and what a neat one to see move. This next one, I said that we had second, third, and back and forth. I think this one's really cool to look at on the side view. Probably silhouette's a little bit more like our first as far as that hip and hind leg and that levelness and width the hip. This one just doesn't move quite as well, gets a little short in its step, maybe just a little deeper in its body, not quite as neat about that front end as the two in front of it. We'd like to maybe pull that chest floor up just a tad bit, but really, really neat as far as balance is concerned when we look at front to rear flank. Really neat as far as base width. Just like to see that one move better. Not as big arm, not as big footed as the one in front. Not quite as cool on the move, not quite the look as the one in first. Another decision to me here is between the next two. I think the one that we use here in fourth is just a little neater about that front, ties together a little bit better in that neck and shoulder. It really has a good balance factor as far as from that forearm to stifle. We like the levelness, the hip of that one. We could maybe make it just a tad longer for its height in comparison to the ones in front of it. Maybe give it just a little more width out through that pin, a little more punch, if you will, in that rear leg. But we really like that one for a lot of reasons, and I think falls into that fourth hole just really neatly. We've got one in fifth that I didn't get early, or I don't know that we missed. We pulled on the walk, and this one really pets nice. This one, when we get it from the side, sometimes gets just a little down in its chest floor, not quite as neat behind that blade, and in that top line is the ones we have above it. Maybe not quite as cool about that front, but this one has a lot of width in that loin, a lot of width through those pins. We stouten that one up a little bit, especially in his hind leg, and give him just a little more look from the side, and he moves up a couple spots. We've got one next that really appreciate the side profile, really appreciate that. We just need more width and dimension out through the back. Need to change that rear hock just ever so slightly when we put it on the move and it walks away from it. Like it to be a little more strong and authoritative when it puts that rear hock down. And then we start getting into some that we change the structure and skeleton a little bit on. We got some that buck over, some that don't have quite as much to them as we'd like as far as having width and dimension and that kind of thing. And it's kind of the same old song and dance. It's one of those things, if they've got the structure, we need more punch and more width to them. If they've got the punch, we need a little better structure in these. And so you kind of throw them in where you think they work. And we've got some that are thinner and smaller, and appreciate these kids bringing them. They're not just quite as ready. We'd like to see them in 30 to 60 days, but they're not ready today, and we're judging them today. And some down there at the end that I think could be nice quality does that'll go back into a flock or herd and be able to be very productive and very good for somebody picking the right buck to them. So really nice class. I'm going to let Chance say a few words as these kids leave. Let's give these kids a round of applause for a really nice first class, and looking forward to a great day.
Well, good morning. I'd just like to reiterate what Steve said in terms of our roles today, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun to get out here and soar with one of your heroes and one of your really good friends and mentors. I think we start off with a heck of a set of goats. Like Steve said, we have some really elite ones up front, some out here that we want to rebuild structurally or maybe add a little more. But it's going to be a fun day. I'm excited to do it with Steve. Thanks again. Let's congratulate these kids one more time for the job well done.
Your results out of class number 1. First place to Josie White from Fort Gibson 4-H. Second was Cooper Lewis, Broken Bow 4-H. Third, Everly Anashot, Payne County 4-H. Fourth place to Emily Reed, Blanchard, FFA. 5th place to Caden Mall, Collinsville, FFA. 6th, Emily Reed, Blanchard, FFA. 7th, Kale Cobb, Boise City, FFA. 8th to Connor Ratliff, Perry, FFA. 9th to Aubrey Chandler, Elgin 4-H. And 10th place to Tucker Tackett from Manford. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now showing class number 2, weight range 68 to 74 pounds. Let's give these exhibitors on the outside of the ring a round of applause as they exit.
Well, a really nice second class here. We've got two up at the front that we really like a lot of things about, and I think they're both high quality. I think that when you compare them, there is some difference, and we'll talk about that and why we see them the way we do. But the paint-tailed goat, the goat that we put first, I think is just really feminine, really cool about her shoulder and neck, maybe a little bit neater about that front end and a little bit better design there. We think she's just a little bit bigger as her foot size and in her arm. We'd like to see her. She toes out just a tad in front at times, especially when we put her on the move. We'd like to see her maybe a little better there. When we get back to the back 1/3 of this one, and especially a 3/4 view, I think this one's hip and hind leg design is just a little more desirable, both on the move and on the stand. Maybe a little bit leveler, a little bit neater as far as the way it puts that rear pastern and rear foot down, just a little wider at the ground. Now, when we set them and stop them, I don't think there's any or that much difference in the width down to the ground in that rear hock, but when we move them, I see more width at the ground and on those shavings in this one in first. I think the one in second's probably just a little bit bolder in that rib, and that fore rib has a little more rib. We really like the balance factor of that one. When we look at, again, front to rear flank, she's probably a little deeper flanked and a little softer looking than our one up front. We'd like to extend that front out. We'd like to make her a little cooler looking, change that hip design just a tad bit to move her up, but a high quality animal. We really like the way this one looks and pets and moves. Other than we'd like to make it a little wider at the ground when we watch it walk from behind. The red paint goat's pretty deceiving to me. I thought this one would be in the top two when I get way away from it, and when it walks up on close inspection, this one gets a little earlier maturing, gets a little quick. We'd like to change the rear legs on this one. Not as desirable as the two in front. We want to hawk in just a little bit. And when we look at total width and soundness and stoutness, we're just a notch behind maturity. We're a notch behind in that extra feature, and this one falls into third because of that. Now, this one pets with a big old loin, really hard top. We like that extra weather dam type feel that this one has if you want to go there, but we do think she's a little quick in her maturity pattern and like to change her there. Next one, really stout, really like this one on the move. This one's we both said a little ugly-headed, for lack of a better way to say it. We'd like to make this one a little more refined in that head and a little more feminine in that head. But when you really look at this one move, it moves around the ring well. It balances nice. It doesn't have as much punch and as much as the three in front of it when you start looking at that muscle and width and extra dimension to that body, but one that we really like, again, on the move, and like to maybe change that head. Would help just aesthetically when we get around front to that one, but really nice as far as balance and movement. We have one next that's really cool to look at, just doesn't have enough when we get, especially from that last rib back. We need to widen this one's loin, widen this one's hip, make it a little bit wider when it goes to the ground from behind, give it just a little more stoutness, and we're just a notch off in all those areas, but really cool looking from the side, really neat to look at, really feminine as far as the way that this one's made, and a late maturing one that I think will just get better as she gets older. You feed this one another 60 days and feed her hard, and she's going to look a lot different and good. Another one that's a little quick here, we'd like to make a maturity pattern a little different for this class, but we like the width and the dimension of this one's body. We like the way this one comes at us and goes away from it. It's proportionately fine when you compare it to itself, or if it was in the last class. When we proportionally look at it to some of these bigger ones, it gets a little shorter both sided and height-wise, and like to change that about it, and obviously that's the maturity pattern. We start getting into some that we'd like to just change structure and skeleton. We've got some, again, that are a little quick, have some feature, but maybe don't balance out, maybe don't move as well. And at the end, we've got some that are just a little more refined, maybe don't come out of their hip and hind leg quite as good and stout as we'd like, but a really, really nice class. These kids did an awesome job. Let's give them a round of applause for their efforts. They did awesome.
Your results out of class number 2. First place to Cade Henricks from Okarche. Second was Rebecca Whitley from Wright City. Third, Emily Reed, Blanchard. Fourth place, Tamina Watkins from Yale. In fifth place was Julie Chandler, Osage County 4-H. Sixth place to Raylan Wright from Fairland. In seventh, Ella Allen, Kanawha FFA. Eighth place, Gentry Mayfield from Blanchard. In ninth, Ember Sandoval from Alva. And in 10th place to Emery Allen from Calera. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now showing class number 3, weight range 75 to 80 pounds. This is the third and final class of the first division. Upon the conclusion of this class, we will have a Division I championship drive.
We got a good set of kids on this outside, and me and Chance were talking when this class came in. Toughest class of the day to this point for sure. There's a lot of practical good stock here that can go home and make some future winners and some future players. Just got a natural break kind of here in that 16, 17 head that we pulled. There's some that are a little, as we said before, some a little earlier mature, and some of them really look good from the side, don't have enough punch and width and dimension to them. But these kids did an awesome job. We talked to each one of them about it. Let's give them a round of applause, because that's what they're going to get today for being here. Let's give them that, and they can leave the ring. Thanks, guys. feature and some width, some dimension. This one pets real nice. Maybe not the biggest top, maybe not the widest all the way through, but one that just skeletally and structurally moves around the ring, keeps that aesthetically pleasing look to your eye, whether she's on the stand or whether she's moving. We really appreciate this one's neck and shoulder and femininity, but she also puts some terminal aspects in there. As you go back, she progressively gets wide in that loin and that hip, and we really like the movement. She's a little neater in her chest floor, a little cleaner in her jaw, a little neater about the way she's put together in her front end than the one in second. She's just a little bit longer bodied and a little bit cooler just to watch on the move and to stop. This one in second, that movement's what probably or is what makes this one go over the one in third. When this one goes in motors, it lays that top down, really motors nice, really puts that hind leg down nice. We've got a lot of balance factor, not quite as cool in his chest floor, in his shoulder, in his neck, in his jaw, or her. She's not as good there as the ones on either side of her, but I think there's a little more feature, a little more to her, and we like her a little better on the move than we do the one in third. The one in third, when she stands there, probably silhouettes a little more like the one in first. We look at that chest floor and that forearm and the way that neck's trim and the coolness of front. When we get this one motor and we just like to lay that loin down, it gets a little tight in that spine and that loin. This one's not quite as big featured as the two in front of it. We'd like to stouten that bone up just a little, maybe splays out just a tad in that front end in comparison to the top two. Next one just gets a little plainer in that front end, a little lower in that front end. A good practical stock, has a lot of maternal things, soft from the side, one that can, go out and produce and do well. We'd like to make it a little bit more like the first and third as far as that neck. We'd like to give it a little more total width down that top, make it a little cooler on the move in comparison to the one in second, so she lays in there the fourth real nicely. Next one's one that's hard to read. We really like the length of body, the look from the side. This one moves around nice. When we get over the top of this one, not quite as wide in that forerib and blade and upper forerib. We'd like to widen that one out, stouten that one up there. Really nice out the loin, good out through the hip. Like to soften it up a little bit, give it a little more middle body. Next one's one that I really like things about, really cool from the side, a little more terminal in some aspects. This one's front knee gets just a little forward, bucks just a tad, just a little rounder in its loin, not quite as neat as far as that width out through that loin and that dimension of loin that the ones in front of it, that along with the bucked over front, we just like to make that a little more flexible and a little neater, both on the stand and on the move. And then we start getting into this one's a little more early mature and a little shorter bodied, doesn't proportionally balance quite as well, but handles real neat, and we appreciate the base width and dimension this one has. Again, one much like it that just doesn't have quite the structural correctness. We've got one here that gets a little long in the shank, doesn't move quite as well, but like some things about. And then we start getting into goats that have some pieces and some practicality, but don't have quite the total package that the ones above them do as far as putting all those things together in one animal. But really, really nice class. These kids did an awesome job. Let's give them a round of applause for their efforts here.
Your results out of class number 3. First place to Josie White from Fort Gibson 4-H. Second was Graham Brinley from Hartshorn. Third, Cooper Davidson, Elgin. Fourth place to Piper Worcester from Mill Creek. Fifth to Riley Harlan from Mustang. Sixth to Cooper Perkins, Fairview. In seventh, Emma Schubach, Burlington. Eighth place, Peyton Edwards from Payton. In ninth was Addie Fox from Savannah. And 10th place to Peyton Lewis from Allen. Congratulations to those exhibitors. That concludes our third and final class of the first division. We'll now be showing for our Division I championship. Representing class number 1, first place was Josie White from Fort Gibson. Representing class number 2 was Cade Hendricks from Okarche. And representing class number 3 is Josie White, Fort Gibson. Second place out of class number 1 was Cooper Lewis, Broken Bow. Second out of class 2, Rebecca Whitley from Wright City. And second out of class number 3 was Graham Brindley from Hartshorn. There is your Division 1 lineup.
Well, we don't need to take very long. We brought them in and watched them walk in, and I went to Chance and I said, "Here's how I like them." He said, "Yep, there we go. Here we go." So we know the two we like. I think that being his livestock judge and coach from years ago and things, it's fun to come out here and converse with him and see how he's looking at stock and how I'm looking at stock and how similar it is. But I think there's one thing that we can both agree on: when you either turn them loose or you got them on the move, you can see a lot more than you can with them just standing there. I'm not saying they don't have to handle good. I'm not saying you don't have to have some progressive width. I'm not saying that there's a lot of other things that go into it. But what I am saying is you can see a lot of that stuff on the move. You can see a lot of that stuff when these things move around, and their structure and skeleton and how they're put together. And proportional balance and movement's very important to me, especially in does. We do have to have some femininity, and we'll talk about that. And then there's a terminal piece that we need to put in, because we are using most of these in this kind of a setting to make some weathers at some point, and so we put that aspect in as well. There's two out here that, to me, kind of put things together. We think one of them moves out and reaches just a little better, maybe structurally just a little bit sounder when we put it on the move. We think the other one, as far as body and as far as skeleton and the way they follow each other, I think they mirror each other. And then we're going to pick a top 5, and we'll go through those. But I'm going to go shake the hand of your individual with your champion in reserve of your lightweight. Been a very competitive class. I don't know what's going on in the other rings, but I hope they're having as much fun as we are, because this has been a blast. Great kids, great stock, makes for a great day. Can't tell you how much I appreciate these youth, not only these kids, but the kids that showed all the lightweights today. Let's give them all a round of applause, and I'll pick your champion in your reserve.
Your champion comes out of class number 3. Congratulations to Josie White from Fort Gibson. Your reserve champion comes out of class 1, also Josie White, Fort Gibson. Congratulations. Your third overall comes out of class 3. Congrats to Graham Brindley. Fourth overall comes out of class number 2. Congrats to Cade Hendricks. And your fifth overall comes out of class number 1. That is Cooper Lewis. Congratulations. That concludes our Division I lineup. Just a reminder, exhibitors, if you place 1 through 5 in a division, at the end of the show, after we finish Division 5, you need to make sure you're up here at the ring. All top 5 need to be in the ring at the end of the show.
talking about the break, kind of a natural break, and I think we've got a natural break. We've got some in here that a little earlier maturing. We've got some a little higher loin, maybe a little finer featured, maybe structurally and skeletally don't come quite together as well as what we pulled. But some nice stock again, some good practical stock that can go home and do a good job depending on how they breed it and what they do. We've got, I don't know, 12 or 13 here on the side that we've picked. We're going to talk to the rest of these kids and tell them where we're at with them and what we like and don't like and dismiss them. They've done an excellent job. Again, this is the reward they'll get for a year-long project. Let's give them a round of applause as we release these on the outside. Congratulations. Well, a really nice class, and in saying that, we've got a little bit of an issue with maybe the way our top two move in comparison to a couple of the other classes earlier today, and we'd like to change that about them. But we don't one-trade anything, or I don't one-trade anything, and I don't think Chance does either. And so when we start putting those things together and really looking at them, I think that the top two come to the top as far as is that quality. When you stop and stand them, they sure stick out to me. I think that their proportional balance, I think their chest floors, I think their femininity, the way they tie from their neck to their shoulder into their forerib and back is very acceptable and beyond acceptable in this class in comparison to their peers. They pet really good. This one up front probably pets the best of all of them as far as having some width and dimension and some muscle and some terminal shape, but yet we have that femininity up front. We've got that chest floor like we want it. We've got that flat rear flank like we want it from the side. We could probably stouten up this one just a tad as far as foot size and bone work. We could sure make her step out and move just a little bit better. Maybe he wants to get just a tad straight and a little short stepping for like my liking if you really want to get hard on her. But when you stand her there and when you pet her and you put her against the other ones in this class, I think she wins the class relatively easily. We get into the second one and she comes behind her at the same type of pattern, same kind of look, pretty much the same kind of walk. We'd probably like her on the walk just a tad better than the one in first, but I think it's minute in the differences. This one gets just a little roached in her loin at times, doesn't kind of have that hip in width of pin that the one in front of it does. Probably a little stouter in that bone and footwork. One that's real stout in that bone and footwork's this one in third. We really like this one's loin and terminal shape in that loin. This one's not quite as neat in that front end, not quite as feminine and cool, but we like the stoutness and width and dimension. Again, this one's got the best loin as far as being flat and good and deep, and we really appreciate that. On the terminal side of things, we think there's enough femininity and enough structural correctness that she goes third over the next one. The next one, there's times I get a glimpse of this one, and she could move up to third real easy and maybe even second at times, but we get some views of her, especially from the rear three-quarter view, and we get just a little in our hock. We're a little refined in our structure. This one pets nicely also. You go to handle this one, and it handles just right behind the three in front of it as far as I'm concerned, as far as terminal shape, not quite as much. We get a little forward in that neck and forward in that front end, and that takes away from that profile and aesthetic view from the side, both on the move and on the stand. We get the next one, we get a little refined, one that's not quite as big as far as its maturity pattern. We'd like to see this one a little more mature at this weight. Lengthen that neck, cannon, and face just a little bit. We appreciate this one's width on the top side of its skeleton, one that has some width coming at us, maybe not quite as much width and stoutness and much feature going away from us. We've got one next that just is a little plainer from the side, like to maybe give it a little more roundness and a little more robustness, if you will, from the top, but one that we appreciate the silhouette on. And then we get into some that structurally we'd like to change on the move, change that rear hock. We get into some that are a little weaker in the pastern. We get some that maybe don't balance out as well and structurally look as well from the side, either on the move or the stand. But really, really good set of goats. These kids did an awesome job. Let's give them a round of applause. Good job, young lady.
Your results out of class number 4. First place to Kenley Brown from Newkirk. Second was J.C. Manis from Boise City. Third is Jake Bond from Garber. Fourth place to Bristol Meyer from Stratford. Fifth place, Harley Johnson, Elmore City, Purnell. Sixth to Jeffrey Thomas, Canute. Seventh place, Janelle Huff from Moss. In eighth was Katie Austin from Fletcher. Ninth place was Ryland Burns from Kingfisher. And 10th place to Stetson Hall from Verdon. We'll now be showing class number 5, weight range 87 to 89 pounds.
season. Got a really nice set over here on the side that we're going to look through to place. Again, a very competitive class. Again, these kids have done an awesome job and deserve a round of applause for their efforts. Thanks to them for coming and showing to us, and good luck down the road. Well, we knew we had an excellent set when they walked in, and we started pulling them, and you go handling them, moving them over here and over there, and watching them walk and looking at them. And the class, to me, come together real easily. And I talked to Chance at the end, and he reiterated the same thing. It's amazing how much quality there is, but how easy it just tied together, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and on down. And I think the easy thing to do is put this one up at the top first. Just looking right here, this view is you just go around this animal and you look at the front end, you look at the half view, 3/4 view, you put it in motion, watch it move. This one just stands out in this class. Really appreciate the value of this one's skeleton. We appreciate the femininity, but yet the maternal side this one has. You pet this thing, and this thing's huge in that rack, really big in that loin and out through that hip. We love the hind leg set on this one when it moves. Covers its tracks nicely. You get around front, there's some width. You look at bone, foot size, all those other things really good. I guess this one's, when you really analyze it, I wonder, slick, just to get really, really critical, because of the extremeness of rack this one has, how it would tie together in that blade and upper forerib. I don't think there's any deviation there. I just don't know that with that extra rack shape that this one slick wouldn't just really stick out as far as its rack and maybe not tie is smooth there. And that's just that's projecting and looking, and we've got to look at them how they are today. And this one wins nicely. I think it's close between second and third. The one in second pet's really nice, big loin, big hip, tremendous amount of terminal shape, but yet you get around side, you like the balance factor. If we were going to compare it to the one in first, we'd obviously like to lengthen it out, maybe jack that front end up a little bit. When you talk about handling qualities, though, this one's right behind it. This one's big in its blade, or behind its blade, into that loin and back out through that hip. Has some terminal shape, but yet has some maternal type traits that we're looking for, and follows in second real nicely. Third's close behind there. We'd like to see this one just a little bit better out of its hind two. Wants to hawk in at times, maybe not quite as much bone and foot size as the one in one. Maybe doesn't pet quite as nicely down through that top and back as the one in two, and consequently goes third. This one next just gets a little flatter, doesn't have quite the pizzazz, if you will, as the ones above it. We like some basic parts and pieces of this thing, and has some real value in those. It has some depth of flank, has some balance from the side, maybe just a little flatter, not quite as much handling characteristics. But one that practicality-wise is put together real nice. We like the way it ties together up in that front end, but just gets a little flatter in that rib and in that side. Next one has got a lot of terminal shape. Gets just a little lower fronted, a little forward in its shoulder and neck. We'd like to change it there, especially on the move. Good width, good balance, good depth. Change that front end just a little bit, maybe the way it walks. This one moves up a little bit. And then we get into some goats that we, again, like to change their structure, like to watch their movement a little better. Next one gets just a little in on its hind two, doesn't quite move out as well from behind. Next one gets a little flatter and lower in its rib shape, not as wide coming at me, splays out just a little bit. And then we get into some structural and skeletal things we'd like to change. Really good class, good set of kids, did an awesome job. Let's give them a round of applause.
Your results out of class number 5. First place to Kinley Hofschulte, Wyandotte FFA. Second was Caitlin Morgan from Newcastle. Third place to Charles Hansen, Winoka. Fourth place, Presley Lewis, Broken Bow 4-H. In fifth was Josie Chandler, Elgin FFA. Sixth place to Peyton Edwards from Payton. Sixth was Jeffrey Thomas, Canute 4-H. Eighth place was Jenica Williams, Fort Cobb, Broxton. Ninth place was Cade Charmison from Hennessy. And in 10th place was Riley Jones, Webbers Falls, FFA. That concludes Class 5. We're now showing Class number 6. This is our third and final class of the second division. Class 6 now showing weight range 90 to 93 pounds.
Excellent set of kids on the outside. Once again, these kids have done a good job, and they've worked with this project, and I'm glad they brought them to us. I've enjoyed looking at this class. There's 3 or 4 out here that we talked about that are, but we've got the numbers we need, and they're just off the bubble just a little bit somewhere where they're not going to fit in this top end. So really, really good set, awesome set of kids once again. Let's give them a round of applause for their efforts here. Well, a really nice set. We have one that to us comes to the top pretty nicely when you talk about movement, structure, skeleton, putting some ballast, proportionality together. This one kind of defines that proportionality when you look at the way the weight of her body and how it's distributed. Her body cavity and then how she handles. She's not the biggest loined one. She's not the biggest, longest hipped one, but one that when she moves out, really pleasing to the eye. We love that neck and front end and trimness of her jaw. We like the way that she ties together from her shoulder into her forerib into her loin. Like I said, she's not the biggest loin, but she ties nicely there into that hip. We could maybe make her a little bit longer in her hooks to her pins to maybe make her just, if we got real critical about her, but really, really a neat one as far as chest floor balance, proportional balance, and look. I think it's close between the next two. We like the red bladed one, the red shouldered one, just a little bit better as far as terminal aspect, just a little bit neater as far as that chest floor, a little bit neater as far as that loin and hip, maybe not quite as big behind the blade and in that front cage as the two on each side of it, but really like the way this one moves around, has enough maternal look and enough terminal shape that follows that one that wins maybe a little more closely and a little more mirrors a little bit more the one in first. We get this one in third, and this one's big backed, really big in that loin. We'd like to stouten this one up in its foot size and its bone, maybe make it just a little bit neater as far as the way it ties together into that blade. That blade wants to move forward a little bit, and that chest floor protrudes out at times. We'd like to maybe strengthen it right there behind the blade at times, but one that really is good as far as that front to rear flank, stifle to forearm relationship, one that's really big loin and really good from that last rib back as far as progressive width. Next one, there's times this one could move up. We like that chest floor. We like that balance from the side, one that we like that touch. We get up behind this one, and we'd like to flatten that loin, or flatten that hip out just a little bit, widen that pin setting. Consequently, when we go to the ground, we're not as wide from that hock down to the ground, and we'd like to change that as far as the way they put that hock and foot down in the rear. Next one didn't want to cooperate real well. We like some views on this one. Sometimes the goat not cooperating made it look a little bit off as far as balance and as far as aesthetically pleasing to the eye. When she's got him right there like that, we like that look that this one has. She's really neat as far as her depth, the body. She's really soft made. She gets just a little finer featured, gets just a little bit flatter when we get over top of her in comparison to the ones in front, and consequently she's going to end up fifth here because of that. When we get her on the move, there's times she moves out and we'd move her up a little bit, but as a whole, we just like to change the way she looks and give her a little bit more dimension to that body. Next one gets just a little lower fronted, but pet's really nice, not quite as good structurally when they move around. And then we get into some that we just like to see a little bit better skeletally and structurally and movement-wise. Some that we appreciate muscle. The ones we appreciate muscle on, we'd like to change maybe skeleton structure or front knee. The one we appreciate the skeleton and structure on, we'd like to widen out and give it a little more dimension. But really, really a nice class. These kids did an awesome job. Let's give them a round of applause for their efforts here.
Your results out of class number 6. First place to Bristol Scruggs from Dixon. Second was Bo Seal from Sealing 4-H. Third place was Parker Irwin, Hartshorn 4-H. Fourth place, Harper Roller from Cashin. Fifth place to Gracelyn Goff from Eufaula. Sixth was Jacob Merhoff, Newkirk. Seventh was Taylor Devine from Guthrie. Eighth, Maddox Odell from Perry. Ninth place, Allison Collins, Coleman, FFA. And 10th place to Brinley Nemechek from Allen. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now be showing for our Division II championship. Representing class number 4 is Kinley Brown from Newkirk. Representing class 5, Kinley Hofschulte from Wyandotte. Representing class 6, Bristol Scruggs from Dixon. Second place out of class number 4 was J.C. Manis from Boise City. Second out of class 5, Caitlin Morgan, Newcastle. And second out of class number 6 was Bo Seal from Sealing. There is your Division II championship lineup.
Well, a really nice set out here for our champion in Division II. There's one to us that kind of wins nicely, and then it's pretty much a dogfight over that. We're going to pick your champion, move the second up from that class to look for a reserve and make sure we're giving it a good look in comparison to these others in the front line. But really, really a nice set. This has been a really neat division, been fun to judge. Really good set, quality of goats. But again, the quality ran deeper in the kids, and we appreciate the kids and the way they interact with us and interact with each other. And the showmanship, stockmanship aspect of this thing is very important, and they're very cordial to us. They're cordial to each other. They want to win, and they understand disappointment, but very, very good set of kids. So let's give all those kids a round of applause that showed in this division, and these kids out here, especially for what they've done. Excellent set of does. We'll pick your champion and look for your reserve and pick the top 5 or 6, whatever we need to do. But congratulations again to these kids.
And your champion comes out of class number 5. Congratulations to Kinley Hofschulte from Wyandotte. Your reserve champion comes out of class number 4. Congratulations to Kinley Brown from Newkirk. Third overall comes out of class number 6. Congratulations to Bristol Scruggs from Dixon. Your 4th overall comes out of class number 4. Congratulations to J.C. Manis from Boise City. And your 5th overall comes out of class number 5. Congratulations to Caitlin Morgan from Newcastle. That wraps up our Division II drive. Next up will be class number 7.
Well, I think we start Division III here, and it gets pretty waspy. I think there's all kinds of types and kinds, and maybe some places you can change some things up, or if you're going to put your priorities somewhere else. I think we're talking to Steve. The one that we feel really comfortable with is the one that starts, just in terms of squareness of build, boldness of body and cage, the way one's neck comes off the top side of her blade. I think that one's probably the one that reads the neatest and most feminine about her neck, in combination with being the boldest about her cage, one that pets really, really good. And I think when we watch them go from us from behind, I think they're all more than adequate in terms of their flexibility, but I think that's the one that reads the truest from her hock to the surface. That's the one that leaves us the truest in terms of overall base width. I'm not going to sit back here and tell you that we think that one is the flashiest to the front 1/3 of her body of our initial three, but I think she's definitely uniform and proportional, a really nice one to begin. The one that comes next in 2, I think this one pets absolutely incredible. That one's big shaped. I like the way this one runs uphill. We like this one's underline. For us, as we talked about those things going away from us, maybe that one's got just a hair more hair than we think she might need in terms of her stifle hair down there, and it just kind of throws off the way she looks from the side just a little bit, maybe in terms of like the stouten her upper hind leg, and then we watch her go with that hair. We think it maybe makes her look like she closes up just a nickel there as she leaves us from behind, but a really nice one there in 2. The one that comes in 3, when that one hits the pin, that one is electric. That one is high-headed. That one's flexible. I love the angle to that one's blade and knee and the way that one goes. Me and Steve were talking about this one. We start to get into her and look at her. Maybe she's not quite as protruding in terms of her forerib. She's not quite as wild in terms of her just overall touch and mass up high. But, man, one that's just built for speed, one that can get out and motor around the pin. One that comes next in 4, I was talking to the young man about this one. This one handles really, really big. That one's wide. That one's shapely. That one's big caged. Where that one runs out of is just aesthetics out here. We think that one starts to read a little more general up front, maybe a little shorter and coarser about her neck and head as we get them going, and not quite as elite into the front 1/3 of her skeleton as the 3 that beat them, but just a really, really nice, good built one there in 4 that's got tons of power. The one that comes next in 5, another really powerful individual that's wide and big bodied and stout skulled. We like those things about that one. I think from a balance standpoint, that one wants to fall out, though. Wants to read a little rounder out of its rump, a little rounder out of its shoulder. Maybe doesn't pet quite as crisp and fresh as these ones ahead of them, but a good one there in 5. The one that comes next in 6, I like this one's lower body balance. I like this one's center turn to its body. I like this one's shape. Young man, where this one goes in 6, though, that one's built a little more like me, a little shorter about its neck, a little crestier about its head. Like to make that one just a little more feminine up front. The one that comes next, we like this one a great deal when they're standing still. I think that one's round-bodied and fresh. Maybe one that's just built a little rounder shouldered, wants to sway out a little up front. Then I think we have a set of goats that maybe one here that's stout, needs to be a little more electric from the side. One here that's tying in its neck and got a good look. One that just needs a little more body and rib. One here that I like this one's general kind. I like this one's flexibility and width. We got to stouten that one up down low to match her mass up high, so it's a true proportion and balance to go any higher. The next one here, good underline, good lower body balance. Just one for me, it's a little off behind her shoulder and hard in her forerib. Another one here that's big in her center part of her rib, maybe a little coarser. One here that pets good, that's a little flat-footed and has a little set to its hock. And the one that rounds out her class, we got to like that one's kind because that one's powerful and wide, maybe just not quite as elite in terms of her front end balance, but a really nice one there to round out our set. Heck of a class, exciting trio up here to start with. Congratulations to all of you.
Your results out of class number 7. First place was Finley Yoakum from Sapulpa. Second was Tassie Fadley, Stillwater FFA. Third place is KJ Anthony from Asher. Fourth, Parker Irwin, Hartshorn. Fifth place to Ellison Lee from Elgin. In 6th was Cooper Perkins from Fairview. 7th is Susan Sewell from Perry. 8th place to Bristol Meyer, Stratford FFA. In 9th place was William Flanagan, Washington County 4-H. And 10th place to Caitlin Morgan from Newcastle. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now showing class number 8, weight range 97 to 99 pounds.
Well, I'm going to try to talk this part, and we'll see if I can talk the next class. Cedar, I guess, is getting to me a little bit. I'm not used to it, and I got a little allergy deal, but really nice set of goats in this class. We've got a really good set over here along the fence. We're pleased with them. Again, these kids on the outside that are fixing to leave have done a nice job and taking good care of their animals for several months here, and the only applause or the only recognition they're going to get is you all giving them a round of applause on the way out. So let's do that for their efforts today and through the year. Appreciate them coming, showing to us. Really nice set of goats to look at in this class. Well, I'm going to try to talk to this class if I can. I don't mind handing the mic to Chance. Chance, because he kind of let me be able to say some things when he said he described one like him. So that opens it up for me to be able to say some things and do some things that I didn't know I'd be able to say. But no, we totally agree on this class again. It's fun to do it with somebody that sees stock and sees stock well and looks at the practicality of it. And when we look at this class, I think we do see them exactly like each other, and it's fun when it's that way. And so I don't feel like if I do get a little bit of cedar throat that I can't hand him the mic and we can go on with it. But really a nice set. And we talked about it, and I've talked about it before, and I've often said that I think sometimes I don't want to take away from clip jobs and what people are doing as far as leaving hair on them, because there's some extremely talented people out here that are clipping these goats. For me, and I think for Chance too, there's some of them we got a lot of hair on, and we have to navigate through that. And it's not that it's a problem, but I think it takes away from him aesthetically sometimes for us, because you can see true muscle shape and true width and dimension on these that don't have as much. And I'm not going to just point out and say that that's why it happened this way, but in this class, to me, the two that are up front are clipped more like I like them. They're taking a little hair down. They're letting us see a more natural shape. And I think when you look at the goats, they match that because they're not quite as chubby neck. They have more natural width, and they have more things about them that we're looking for and that we're trying to put as the things that we are hanging our hat on, so to speak, for this show. These first two are incredible. We both agreed when they came back around, they were right next to each other, and it was kind of like there's two right in the middle that just kind of daylight them. And then this one in third was right there behind them. Of course, we wanted to get them closer to each other and wanted to see where we were at, move them a little bit to make that final decision. But we think the one that starts is just a little square, a little bit cooler. When we look at that body shape, we look at that extra flank that this one has, extra maternal characteristics. But this one pet's really nice as far as getting wider as it goes back, really wedges and has a great scope to that top. Really good on that hip and hind leg. Probably where this one wins it over all of them is that hip and hind leg posture and the way it moves and hits those cedar fiber shavings. Really neat as far as that front end. We think the first two are a little bit thinner necked, a little bit neater as far as their front end is concerned than the one in third. We think that they have more natural forearm and more natural muscle. And we think that they're square-toed and square to the ground, both coming at us and going away from us, and that's why they're first and second over the one in third. This one in second follows the one in first most closely to us. Again, maybe just a miniature. It does look small at times in this class, maybe just a smaller version of the one in one as far as the way it moves, as far as the way its foot and its imprint on the ground. Balance-wise, balance is real nice. Again, really nice as far as neck and shoulder and trimness of that front end, but comes back in wedges and has some maternal shape and terminal shape. Really appreciate this one out its pin setting. Maybe not quite as square and wide to the ground as the one that starts, but really a nice one to follow with. One in third, we try to navigate through that hair once again, and I'm not going to tell you that there's not anything under that hair, because she wouldn't be third if there wasn't anything under that hair. She's nice as far as the way she gets wider, she goes back. There is some natural muscle and width there. We don't think she's as square to the ground. We don't think she's quite as big in her forearm. We think she's a little chubbier in her neck and her front, and doesn't quite tie together quite as well in those areas as the two in front, and that's the biggest reason she's third. This one in fourth, if you can take her from the blade back and look at her, she may move up a spot, or at least give those two in the front be a little closer to them, or even maybe pass them. We just think this one's too forward in its shoulder, too forward in its knee, not structurally correct enough. Gets just a little lower in its chest and its chine, not quite as tall fronted. But man, this one pet's really nice as far as terminal shape back through that hip and hind leg. We'd like to just maybe make it a little cooler in that front, and obviously a little more functional in that front. One here gets just a little flatter, a little finer featured, not quite as much to her. A little more hair on her also, but not quite as much umph and pizzazz underneath that hair. We'd like to give this one more shape down that top and down through, back through that hip in comparison to the ones in front of her. Now, she's not void of shape. She has some shape, but she doesn't have what they have, along with being finer featured and a little flatter, especially in that lower forerib. We get to the next one, and one that gets just a little up front, or forward in its front, a little chubby in its front, a little low in its front. We'd like to extend this one out, make it a little cooler in that front end, a little more feminine there. One that pets and handles nice, maybe not as nice as our top 2 or 3. Really appreciate the front end and width this one has. Maybe a little softer on its pasterns, a little softer when it goes away from us. We've got one next that just gets a little bit off in its rear too, really a terminal type doe that we appreciate that side of. Need to make it more maternal and more feminine. We've got one next that we'd like to lengthen the body out and extend that front out, give a little cooler look to, but has a lot of body shape and dimension to the body. And then we start getting into some structural issues. Again, if they have the muscle, we'd like to change the structure. If they have the structure, a lot of times we'd like to change the muscle. But nice set, really a competitive class. These kids did an awesome job. Let's give them a round of applause.
Your results out of class number 8. First place to Lucy Bullis from Garfield County 4-H. Second was Finley Yoakum, Sapulpa FFA. Third, Bennett Ballou from Noble FFA. Fourth was Aiden Rexwinkle, Wagner FFA. Fifth place to Garrett Griswold, Ripley 4-H. In sixth was Aubrey Hughes from Cherokee FFA. Seventh is Everly Anashot, Payne County 4-H. Eighth place to Raylan Wright, Fairland FFA. Ninth to Wiley Thomas, Porter FFA. And 10th to Cade Charmison from Hennessy. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now showing class number 9, weight range 100 to 102 pounds. This is the third and final class of the 3rd division.
Well, again, an excellent set of kids here that we're going to release to the outside. We talked to each one about things we'd change in comparison to the ones we pulled. Again, structure and muscle. They probably need to. The ones that have muscle need a little better structure. The ones that have structure need a little more muscle to be pulled apart sometimes. So really, really a nice set, a good class again. These kids have done an awesome job. Let's give them a round of applause as they leave the ring on the outside. Well, a really nice trio up here at front. We're going to use the paint-looking doe. I think her lower body balance, both on the move and when you stop her, just is that much more appealing to me aesthetically. I think when we look at her knee and front shoulder and the way she's put together, she's just a little bit nicer there than the one in second. And I think hip and hind leg, when we get them on the move, I think there's just a nickel's worth of difference, and I think she's a little bit nicer there. Now, I give the advantage to the one in second, being just a little bit bigger right there behind her blade and giving me a little bit more muscle and push of muscle right there in that upper cage. I don't think she's any bigger in her body or in her cage. I think she has more expression up there on the top of that cage. Really pets good as far as terminal shape back. We'd like to lower her flank a little bit, maybe make her, and I think they both move adequate. There's no structural or skeletal problems with them on the move, but we'd like to make her move a little bit like the does on either side of her, with the most flexible being the one in third. This one in third, when you put them in motion, this is how I like one to move. I think the angles are right. I think the hock to ground's right. The knee to ground's right. Everything just flows and goes, really balances out aesthetically on the move. Not quite the pizzazz of front end and the length of body and that extra look that we've got from the side of the first two. This one, when we get over top of her, she just needs to be pulled apart in that middle part of her body and cage in comparison to the front two. I think she's a little better in her rear flank and lower body balance. I think she's a little more flexible than the one in second. I just need more of her to move her up. The next one's got a really nice body shape. Next one's nice as far as putting things together in a nice package, really smooth and transitions well from front to rear. We get a little finer featured than the ones in front of her, a little bit lower in that front end, not quite as much turn to that rib in the upper and lower part of her cage. But when we appreciate that balance from the side as far as front flank and rear flank, we appreciate that one's body. We get to the next one, and one that gets a little bit down in its front end, one that we'd like to maybe pet just a little bit neater there behind the blade, one that we like that balance from the side again as far as that lower body balance, maybe not quite as big and cool as the one up front, maybe not quite the pizzazz, the one in third, or flexibility of the one in third, and maybe not quite the total balance of the one in fourth, and consequently goes fifth. This one in six has some moments where we look at it, big-footed, big featured one, big forearm, actually has some really good lower body balance as well. Gets just a little off in the hip at times, hard to read that hind leg. We've got that cut up into that with that hair, and sometimes it takes away from this one when we get about that 3/4 view, and this one goes to walk and that hair goes to moving, and it's hard to read that hock to ground coordination there. But we really do appreciate that one. At times just gets just a little smaller, gets a little bit rounder, and not quite as neat as far as the top end, not quite the petting capabilities of the ones in front of it. We start getting into goats that, are a little easier in their top, maybe a little flatter, maybe a little finer. Again, structurally maybe not quite put together as well as we'd like, but really, really a good class, that trio up front. Real appealing to us, and really neat to sort through some good ones like that. Let's give a congratulations to all these kids for their efforts here.
Your results out of class number 9. First place to Jolie Perry from Perkins Tryon FFA. Second was Ryland Burns from Kingfisher. Third, Harper Langston, Jones 4-H. Fourth place to Grace Lynn Goff from Eufaula. In 5th place, Maverick Huff, also Eufaula. 6th place to Dally Treadwell, Oolagaw FFA. 7th to Paisley Patterson, Warner FFA. 8th to Dakota Thurman from Snyder. 9th place to Jace Taylor, Mulhall Orlando FFA. And in 10th place to Fallon Thomas, Newcastle FFA. That concludes Class 9. We'll be now lining up Classes 7, 8, and 9 for our Division III championship.
Check, check.
Three lineup. First place out of class number 7 was Finley Yoakum from Sapulpa. First in class 8, Lucy Bullis, Garfield County 4-H. And first out of class 9 was Jolie Perry from Perkins Tryon FFA. Your second place out of class 7, Tassie Fadley, Stillwater FFA. Second out of class number 8 was Finley Yoakum, Sapulpa. And second out of class number 9 was Ryland Burns from Kingfisher. There is your Division III lineup.
Well, a really nice set out here for our Division III. When you get these things out here, as they were walking in, I said, I hope from the outside these people see what I see, because I see 6 really high-quality goats that have a lot of good characteristics and a lot of good attributes. And as we talked about the classes, and as we've talked all day, you know, proportional balance has always been big to me, and structural and skeletal quality is right behind it. And then we have to have these things. They're females, they're ladies, and so we have to have some femininity and some look and some maternal traits, but we like to put a little terminal shape with that as much as we can without going into structure and going into problems other places. And I think that these 6 to me imitate all those things I just talked about, and to a really high degree, and a really nice set. In saying that, when we got back over here, we both looked at each other and said, there's one out here that kind of grabs our attention as far as that proportional balance and skeletal quality, and we're big enough in our foot, and we're wide made, and we move good, and we hit the ground really nicely on the stroll, and body balance, lower body balance, top line balance, whatever angle you want to look at it. To us, it just kind of it screams a really good female with some terminal shape, and I think that one wins it nicely. We're going to pick our champion, and then we'll move the second up from that class and look for our reserve, because I think it gets real close after that. But excellent third division. these kids wouldn't be up here if they didn't have somebody to beat, so to speak. And there's a lot of kids that showed does today and that showed in this division that we're glad they came to compete. We're happy that they're all here, and we're trying to take the time to work with each one and try to tell them what we change. But you can't have a show without the top and the bottom. And so we want to give kudos to all the kids that showed in this division. Very, very tough division, very, very fun to judge. Again, their stockmanship and showmanship skills come to the top when they come out in here, and we appreciate that as well and how they treat us, and it's been real fun. I'm going to go name your champion. Let's give all these kids and everyone in this division a round of applause as I do that.
And your champion comes out of class number 8. Congratulations to Lucy Bullis from Garfield County.
Well, a young lady brings that one up and they switch, and it don't matter whether you switch or keep it the way it is. That one comes up, and I came back and I said, Chance, that one comes up, and I think that one wins it. And he says, for fun. So our reserve is going to be the second in that class. Congratulations.
And congratulations, Finley Yoakum, Sapulpa FFA. And your third overall comes out of class number 9. Congratulations to Jolie Perry. And your fourth overall comes out of class number 8. Congratulations to Bennett Ballou. And your fifth overall comes out of class number 9. Congratulations to Rylan Burns from Kingfisher. That wraps up Division 3.
Excellent set of goats here in this class. Again, we've got about 17 over on the side. These kids on this other side have done good and worked with their project and got it this far, and we appreciate them bringing them to us. Again, great set of kids, great set of goats in this class. Let's give these kids on the outside here in front of me a round of applause as they leave the ring. They've done an excellent job. Well, a really nice duo up here front. When we got to the top 10 or so, 13, it was pretty easy. Those two were right together in front of us, and we both agreed those two were going to be in the hunt, and we're going to get them next to each other and see how they looked, or get them in the lineup and see how they looked and pick them apart. And when we do and when we move them, I think that the one in first comes to the top pretty nicely for us. When you talk about quality and skeleton and balance and putting some femininity in a package with some really high quality touching feeling type things, this one's really nice. This one's huge in its forearm. You go down to handle this one's forearm, it's not just pronounced looking at it. That thing's huge. It's really neat to feel how much forearm that is. And I know a lot of people wonder why we look at forearm, but that tells us about muscle in that skeleton. And we look at the lower body balance. We look at that one on the move. I think she's more correct when she goes hock to ground from behind. I think she's a little bit cooler about her blade, a little more up-fronted and neater about the way she presents herself from the side, both on the move and on the stand. This one gets wide, but that touch quality terminal shape that she has is outrageous. It's really, really neat. She comes back to a big wide hip and a big wide pin. Really, really nice. That's taking nothing away from this one in second, because this one in second's just a notch off in a lot of those qualities. We'd like to see this one just a little bigger and more pronounced behind the blade and compared to the one in first. As I said, not as big forearmed, a good lower body balance goat that she walks around and presents herself nicely. There's nothing wrong with her structure or skeleton. She's just not quite as neat and feminine and neat about her front as the one in front of her. She's not quite as high quality as far as touching is concerned, but she's massive. She's big and progressively gets wider. She's good off her rear too, just not quite the extra that the one in first has. The one in third, to me, logically goes third. There's just a lot of good things about her. She balances from the side. She has some maternal traits, but she's terminal in their body shape. Really neat as far as the way she moves as well. Not quite as authoritative in the way she puts them down. Maybe not quite the mass that the two in front of her have. Not the touch quality that the two in front of her have. But we do like her as far as body shape. We like her as far as balance is concerned. Next one's one of those that we both said there's times we see her and she moves up a spot, and there's times we see her and she's got the C problem, complete or common. Sometimes she looks complete and sometimes she looks common. We think her lower body balance, we think her looseness of skeleton and structure and the way she moves puts her ahead of the paint in front of her. As I said, there's times we get her a view of her and we would like to change some things, but one that really's got a lot of good qualities when you look at that bottom and belly balance, or that lower body balance. When you look at that top line, when you look at how she progressively gets wider, she moves around a little bit neater and has more bone and foot size than the paint behind her. The paint behind her is really big on the top side of her skeleton, narrows to the ground a little bit, gets a little finer featured, gets just a little tight at times when we put her in motion. We'd like to free her up and make her move a little better. Next one, really cool as far as neck and length of neck, length of body. Maybe doesn't have quite the rear flank depth, doesn't kind of balance out quite as well for us. And then we get into one that's just a little bit softer in her pastern, softer in her movement, a little looser in her structure. There's some good in that, don't get me wrong. I'd rather have them a little loose than way too tight. But we see this one as being a little softer and a little bit further to the left as far as that is concerned when we talk about that softness and balance. We get to the next one, a lot of body shape, a lot of dimension down that top. Gets a little lower fronted, gets a little bit flat in her bone, gets a little more mature. We'd like to change that. And then it's kind of the same old song and dance. Another one like her with not quite as much shape. Then we get some that we'd like to change the hip and the way that they come out of the hip and down from the hock to the ground. And we get some skeletal and structure things along with muscular things we'd like to change. But excellent, excellent class. These kids have done an awesome job once again. Let's give them a round of applause for their efforts.
Your results out of class number 10. First place to Jaylee Sparks from Hartshorn. Second was Aiden Rexwinkle from Wagner. Third, Emery Lee, Elgin FFA. Fourth place to Riley Harlan, Mustang FFA. Fifth was Everly Anashot, Payne County 4-H. Sixth place to Maddie Bragg, Lomega. Seventh place to Kelsey Heisler, Wacomas FFA. Eighth place to Hadley Estes from Garber. Ninth place, Ava Rojas, Elgin FFA. And in 10th place to Jack Sewell from Perry. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now be showing class number 11, weight range 108 to 111.
Well, another excellent set. We've got what we need over here, and there's some close, but we got the numbers, and there's some things that we change about these on the outside or in front of me. We need to change a lot of them, and as far as structure and the way they move off their rear ends in this class for some reason. I don't know why that is, but I'd like to see a lot better hind legs on most of these. But when we look at them and we start comparing to what we've kept over there, they're just not as massive. They're just not as pulled apart. They're not as athletic, and don't have quite the the muscular shape that the ones over here do, or they don't look as nice as far as presentation and upfrontedness and femininity. But really nice set. Again, these kids have done an awesome job. We appreciate them bringing them to us. Let's give them a round of applause as they leave the ring. Well, an excellent set. Again, we feel like we've got a duo up here. We've got some minor differences in them. We've got some things we like about them that we could maybe switch some qualities. And then we've got one in third that really pets good and's got a huge loin and a lot of muscle we'd like to smooth out. And then a couple behind there that we think are high quality but don't kind of match our top two for sure. We're going to start with this one that we think it imitates what we've been doing more so through the day. We're a little bit longer neck. We're a little bit cleaner about that neck and trimmer about that jaw. We're a little bit neater about that shoulder. We like the transitions from front to rear of this one. Ties together good, really balances out nicely. We see both of them as being structurally sound enough. We'd like to maybe make the one in second move just a little bit better off her hind two at times, but there's times we catch this one in first that we'd like it to stroll out and kind of reach out just a little bit more. But we think they're above acceptable as far as those qualities are concerned. We think the extra length of body, that extra trimness and neatness of front end, that more feminine look about the front is what wins this class. Both of them very maternal, very brood cow looking, for lack of a better way to say it, and we appreciate that about them. We have some base width, we have some forearm, we have some terminal shape, but we maintain a little more femininity and a little more look with the one in first. This one in second pets really, really good, smooth and really neat, big in that right behind that blade and that upper cage. Really nice as far as loin edge and squareness of loin edge. One that's got some levelness and width out through that hip. Gets just a little shorter in its face, neck, and cannon. Not quite as cool about that front end as the one in first. Again, I think structure-wise, we go back and forth on these two when we talk about movement, but I think they're both above acceptable. The one that touches with the highest quality and has that good touch to tone is this next one. However, somewhat to her demise when we look at her in comparison to the top two. She doesn't blend as well down her top line, gets a little tie in her back and a little roached in her back, not quite as neat as far as that top line transition and look. We have a lot of body depth and a lot of flank depth, and we appreciate that. A lot of rear leg muscle, just not the femininity of the one in the first, not the smoothness of the one in second. Falls into third. We get the next one, and we like again that the maternal traits this one has. Not quite as round in his rib as the three, or her rib is the three in front of her. Not quite as up fronted as the one in first. Not quite as neat as far as its touch concerned is the three above her, and that's why she goes fourth today. The red hipped one that we've had as high as third at times, just doesn't move out quite as well on those hind two when we really get her moving. Gets just a little plainer looking when we put her on the move. Now when we stop her and stand her, we appreciate some of the things about her. She's probably more like our first place as far as that neck and thinness of neck and femininity. But when we go to pet her, we don't have quite as much boldness right behind that shoulder, not quite as much middle rib shape as the four in front of her. We get it at one next that we like the neck, we like the front end, we like the way this one's extended out. This one just gets a little flatter when we compare it to the others. We'd like to give this one a little more boldness and curve and turn to that rib. We get one next that has that turn to the rib but shortens up, doesn't have quite the length of body, the length of neck. We get one next that gets just a little straight on the front end, gets a little choppy when it moves. And then we get into some that, again, structurally and skeletally we'd like to change, or muscularity-wise we'd like to change. But really, really a nice set, really good top pair, a really nice third one as far as terminal shape, but a really good class to sort. We appreciate them bringing to us. Let's give them a round of applause.
Your results out of class number 11. First place to Kenley Hofschulte from Wyandotte, FFA. Second was KJ Anthony from Asher. Third, Jaylee Sparks, Hartshorn, 4-H. Fourth place to Raylan Wright, Fairland, FFA. Fifth place was Cooper Davison from Elgin. In sixth, Garrett Schoonover from Mulhall, Orlando, FFA. Seventh, Allie Jones, Lokiba Sickles, FFA. Eighth place, Maverick Huff, Eufaula, FFA. Ninth place to Ella Allen, Kanawha, FFA. And 10th to Maddox Odell from Perry, 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now showing class number 12, weight range 112 to 117. This is the third and final class of the 4th division.
Well, an excellent set again. We've got some on the outside that have some pieces and parts that we think are admirable and that are something that you can take home and work with, but they don't have quite the pizzazz and that extra punch that some of these over on this other side have, and maybe not quite the structural and skeletal quality, but really a nice set. Again, these kids, as far as stockmanship, showmanship, we try to talk to them and they look you in the eye and they smile and they shake your hand and they're very appreciative, and you can't, I can't tell you how much I appreciate that as a judge. It's nice to have that, and I appreciate them being that way. I know there's disappointment with some of them. That's part of life, and that's part of this project, and hopefully us talking to these kids and moving through them, they're gaining something from it and can reach their goals next time if they didn't reach them this time. So appreciate the kids, appreciate again the way that they showed to us and coming to us. Obviously without this set we don't have this set, so we've got a show because of all of you, and we do appreciate you bringing them to us. Let's give them a round of applause as they leave the ring. Well, another nice class. I think once we start sorting on these, again, we've got a duo kind of that comes up and a logical third, and then fourth and fifth fall right where they need to for us as far as putting those qualities and looking at a scale that we've established throughout the day of having some proportional balance, some muscle, and some skeletal and structure quality. I think the first one does the best job of movement. This one's really smooth. When you look at it from the side, really nice as far as its balance concerned. Maybe just a little longer bodied, a little longer hip than the one in second, a little stouter and wider than the one in second, and a little bit longer necked and cooler about that front end than the one in second. And we're just a notch off with the one in second, but it's a notch in all those areas to me. I guess if I'm going to get real critical on the one in second, we maybe have just a little bit of a weak top at times, gets just a little bit lower. I think when we talk about looseness and tightness of structure, we can go both ways. I think this one's in the middle. Some people might argue that this one gets just a tad easy in its top at times. To me, it goes with the animal. It is one that is made that way, and I don't think this one's too loose by any means. I think when this one moves around, it's very adequate and very good as far as that structure and skeleton and movement and looseness of structure, but yet keeping those looks from the side and aesthetically pleasing to the eye and clean about that shoulder and front end. I think it's close between second and third at times. This second place one I really like as far as its touch and handle. It's not as wide pinned as the one in front. It's a little bit bolder in its rib and rack than the one in third. I think it's just a little bit neater in the way it transitions from its shoulder and its blade into its cage, a little bit smoother and a little bit wider. Really like the bottom body balance of this one. This one, if we could change that pin setting, rear leg set just a little bit, make it maybe just a tad more feminine in comparison to first. I think it moves up, and we've really got a horse race, but I think it logically falls in second with those other traits. This painted up one, really like it from the side on the stand. When we look at it here, just really cool and really unique as far as that front end's concerned, really shallow as far as that chest is concerned, has some roundness to that bottom part of the rib. We get up to the top side of that cage and right behind the blade, we'd like to fill that one in just a tad. We're not quite as wide and stout out through the pin setting and down to the ground as the one in first. We're not quite as neat as far as the way we blend together from shoulder to cage is the one in second, and so consequently we're third with a really attractive one from the side. We get into the next one that has some bone and foot size, gets just a little lower fronted, doesn't have quite the extension up through the front that we have in the others, not quite as trim in the neck, maybe just a little deviation like the one in front of it behind that blade in comparison to first and second. But this one comes back with a lot of width in that loin. We like that about it. We'd like to see this one move just a little bit nicer when we go out and try to reach, especially in that back end. I don't know where I need to stand, but I need to go somewhere else. This next one just gets a little plainer about its side. We'd like to maybe give it more curvature to its body, more curvature to its rib, more feature when we look at it. One that has some good things as far as width and depth of flank. We really like that wide, big flank in the back. We really like the design of this one as far as maternal characteristics. We need a little more terminal shape in this one. We need this one maybe to give us just a little bit better look and a little more wow factor. We get into some again that we start getting the structure and skeleton and those things kind of back and forth. We talk to each one of these kids down the way and what we change about them. Really, really nice set, really, really deep set. Again, a duo on top with a really nice third, I think really is where this one's at. Appreciate these kids once again. Let's give them a round of applause as they leave the ring.
Your results out of class number 12. First place to Jaylee Sparks from Hartshorn. Second was Tassie Fadley, Stillwater FFA. Third was Trace Castle from Leedy. Fourth place to Rowan Bellinger from Altus. Fifth was Harper Roller, Cashin 4-H. 6th place was Cade Charmison, Hennessy. 7th place was Talon Wright, Hinton, FFA. In 8th, Caden Thomas, Fairview 4-H. In 9th place, Maverick Huff from Eufaula. And in 10th place, Tashia Bullard, Sulphur 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now be showing for Division 4 champion.
Well, when we bring them over, to be transparent with y'all, when we're talking and we bring them in, we usually like to, or I like to tell him which one I like and see if he agrees. And so far he has. I don't know if he's just being nice to this old man or he really agrees, but every time he's agreed with me. And when they brought these in to walk, there was one that I went to him to, and I said, that one wins it to me, and then it's really close for second. Again, we're going to take our champion or pick our champion, and then we're going to bring the second up from the other line, because I think both these lines are very, very high quality goats, much like the last division. Just been a high quality show throughout, honestly, but these last two divisions have been, first and seconds have been excellent type livestock, and we appreciate that. I'm going to go shake the hand of your individual with your champion. We'll bring up the second, look for our reserve, and then pick our top five. Again, excellent set of kids, excellent set of does. Can't tell you how much fun it is. I thanked each one of these kids for bringing this kind of quality, because it makes it fun for us and I don't know anybody's having more fun than me and Chance today. If they are, they're having a really good time. So we're going to shake the hand of your champion. Again, appreciate the quality, appreciate all the kids that showed in this division. Let's give them all a round of applause as we do that.
Your champion comes out of Class 10. Congratulations to Jaylee Sparks from Hartshorn.
We bring that second up from that first class in this division, and one that pets real nice and fits in our lineup nice, maybe not quite as unique as far as her front end quality or neck length or jaw, things of that sort as far as trimness and coolness and femininity of front end. The one that really, there's one that really kind of turns our crank, so to speak, when we talk about movement, when we talk about soundness, we talk about expression of muscle and rack and loin and having some terminal shape, but yet having a really neat front end, having a really neat jaw and head, and we're going to pick our reserve, and then we'll go into the next three and have our top five, but a really high quality set. I'm going to go shake the hand of your reserve, and we'll go through those top five again. Excellent, excellent set. Give them one more round of applause.
And your reserve champion comes out of Class 12. Congratulations to Jaylee Sparks. And your third overall comes out of Class 12. Congratulations to Tassie Fadley. And your fourth overall comes out of class number 11. Congrats to Kinley Hofschulte. And your fifth overall comes out of class 10. Congrats to Aiden Rexwinkle. For lineup. Next in the ring will be Class 13. Class 13, weight range 118 to 122.
Been fun to go through this and sort this set. We're going to sort them a little bit deeper here. Look forward to looking at the quality here, but really a nice set. We've talked to each of these kids once again and told them what we'd change. Again, this show doesn't go on without everybody involved, and that includes these kids right here and all the help that we have. Let's give all them a round of applause for a really nice job. Appreciate it. We've got two up here at top that come to the top nicely, a logical third, and then two in fourth and fifth that have some good, or fourth, fifth, and sixth actually, that are very similar and have some similar qualities. We're going to start with the one that to both of us, to me, this wide coming at you. When we stop that thing, it's wide going away from you, really big down that top, but yet we've got some length and we've got some balance, we've got some femininity, and we've got some touch. And so we put all those things in the formula together, and that one comes to the top. If we're going to get critical on that, compare it to ideal, maybe there's times when we watch it walk from behind, gets a little bit narrower and doesn't track quite as true from the hock to the ground as we'd like to see it. But that one's up on his toes. He's really she is, really wide coming at you. When she plants, we really like her lower body balance. We like that width of her pin and width down from the hock to the ground. I think the second one just follows the pattern a little bit better than everything else, a little bit neater and a little bit better as far as its maturity pattern in this class, a little more youthful, if you will. We appreciate this one coming back and wedging wider, not quite as wide as some of them on either side of her, but one that we appreciate the width and the dimension underneath. Again, we appreciate the way this one moves and put things together. Not quite as stout, not quite as much width, not quite as much dimension as the one in first, but really athletic and youthful and neat to look at on the move. We get into the next three, and we've got three that have some body width and some shape. They all get just a little plainer in their front. We think the one in third handles with a little more quality down that top, has a little bit better touch and tone, maybe just a little bit wider and leveler out through that pin set than the next two, just a tad longer bodied. One that's not quite as stout as the one in first, not quite as youthful and athletic as the one in second, and falls into third. We get fourth. Really appreciate the shallowness of chest floor in comparison to the one in front and behind it. Doesn't have quite the boldness that the one in front, doesn't have quite the amount of total bone and structure and skeletal quality that the two above it have. We appreciate that one in the middle part of its body. We'd like to change it out through its pin setting and hip just a tad, maybe make it a little wider going away from us when we go to put that one on the move. We get into the next one that has some body shape but gets just a little bit forward in its shoulder, a little forward in its neck, doesn't blend together quite as well in that front end as the 3 and 4 in front of it. Not quite the look from the side. We appreciate that extra width, one that we'd like to make move and free up just a little bit better on the move in comparison to some of them in front. We get to the next one, gets just a little bit deeper, just not quite as cool looking, maybe maturity getting to this one just a tad bit, a little finer in its bone, a little finer featured. We'd like to stouten that one up, clean that chest floor up, and extend that front just a little bit. We got one next that we really like the look from the side when it stands, gets a little finer bone itself, doesn't move quite as well when we put it out on the stroll. And then we get into the same old song and dance, so to speak. The ones that have muscle need better structure, and the ones that have good structure need more muscle, but a really nice set, good quality. We've got one on top and an illogical second to us, and then a third, fourth, and fifth that have some good qualities to follow them. Let's give those kids a round of applause for their efforts here. They've done an excellent job.
Your results out of Class 13. First place to Adley Hansen, Winoka, 4H. Second to Dakota Thurman from Snyder. Third place, Garrett Griswold, Ripley, 4H. In fourth, Constance Odell from Perry. Fifth place to Emery Lee, Elgin, FFA. In sixth, Jace Taylor, Mulhall, Orlando, FFA. Seventh, Ella Allen, Kanawha. In eighth, Charlie Ryan, Stillwater, FFA. Ninth place, Crew Charmison, Hennessy. And in 10th place to Zane Sawatsky from Arapahoe Butler. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now be showing Class 14. Weight range 123 to 133.
Well, again, a great set of kids, a really good set of goats in this class. We're looking forward to sorting this end over on the other side or the back of me. As we do that, let's give these kids a round of applause leaving the ring, because they deserve it for what they've done and how they've worked this far into it, and we appreciate them. Well, a really nice setup here. I think we've got one at the top that probably when you look at it from the side and when it comes in, it gets pulled real easy because of structure and skeleton. You look at it from the side and you think, well, this one doesn't have any wow factor, and then you go handle this one, and this one's pet. The way this one pets and the way this one doesn't really have a problem is its wow factor. There's actually structurally and skeletally, this one's put together nicely. You get over the top of this one. This one has tremendous petting qualities for a goat this size, really level out through that hip. It's longer bodied than the ones in second and third. It's neater as far as the way it comes at you and goes away from you than the ones in second, third. When you look at it from the side and on the move, it keeps its skeleton together and moves better than the ones in second and third. And the wow factor is basically that it's just really good everywhere and has a really nice touch, really good feel, and really good structural and skeletal wise. We get into the second one, and I think this one follows nicely and gets into that second hole with ease. I think this one's really neat as far as its trimness of chest. It's probably a little cleaner and thinner and leaner in that neck, so to speak. One that transitions nice from front to rear. Not quite as much total base width and bone and much stoutness to it. One that we really like the rear flank depth and width underneath of that rear flank. One that's not quite as level out through that hip, doesn't hold itself together quite as well on the walk, but is just a notch off in those areas, and I think deserves the second hole real easily. The one in third, I think, or we think, most closely follows what we look at in the one in second. This one's athletic. This one's got a forearm. This one touches big on top. Just not quite as neat as far as its shoulder and the way it transitions from its neck into its shoulder and its shoulder into its forerib. Shortens up just a little bit in its hip and gets just a tad round in comparison to the first two, and think that one logically goes third. Next one, we really like the length of neck, the length of front. This one's front third is really neat. This one wedges and gets wider. However, when we get back to the hock to the ground and we really look at the dimension to the pins and the setting of that hock to ground, this one needs to be wider and stouter, be more pulled apart when we go away from us. Do appreciate the front 1/3 of that one. Next one just gets a little plainer, but has some body dimension, some middle body. Maybe like to make that one, or would like to make that one a little more feminine, maybe stretch it out, especially in that hip and in that body length, to make it a little more proportionate. But we appreciate that extra depth of body this one has, that extra width of body this one has, and dimension this one has in the center portion of its body. Next one gets just a little forward in the shoulder, a little forward in the front, maybe doesn't come out quite as level and neat through that hip. One that we appreciate, again, that body dimension. This one's maybe a little more tucked up in its chest than one in front of it. Doesn't have quite as much dimension to the body as the one in front of it, and so falls behind it. Again, we get here and we start getting them a little lower fronted. They need to be a little more up fronted and a little cooler looking and more extreme. We get one that gets a little twisty on its back legs. We get one that's just really cool looking, but needs more body, needs more depth of flank, needs to have more of it. And then we get into some we'd like to structurally and skeletally change, but really nice class. Again, these kids did an awesome job. Let's give them a round of applause for their efforts here. Got it? That girl. Whoop. Thought I turned it off.
Your results out of class 14. First place was KJ Anthony from Asher. Second was Dally Treadwell, Oolagaw FFA. Third was Tassie Fadley from Stillwater. Fourth place was Rowan Bellinger from Altus. In fifth was Dally Treadwell, Oolagaw. In sixth, Charzy Pitts from Johnson County 4-H. In seventh, Talon Wright, Hinton. Eighth place, Cadence Griffin from Stewart. In ninth place, to Carly Dooms from Union City 4-H. And 10th place is Kaysen Maggard from Thackerville. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now showing class 15. This is our 15th and final class. This is the last class of the 5th division. While we're bringing in this 15th class, just a real quick announcement. There was a church service scheduled for 5 p.m. here in the Super Barn. That service has been relocated to Barn 8. That is across the aisle, back there to the north. Barn 8, and it will begin at 5. So the church worship service will go on as scheduled at 5 p.m. Location change will move from the Super Barn, which would have been in here, to Barn 8 across the road.
Well, we're going to let these on the outside go back to the pens. Again, we appreciate these youth coming and showing these animals to us and letting us evaluate them. Really good set. This is the last class of the day. Congratulations to all them and the ones that got pulled. Let's give them a round of applause as they leave. Well, a challenging set. A lot of times you get into these heavyweights, and it does get a little that way. Lightweights and heavyweights, there can be a lot of difference in maturity and finish and how they look as far as from front to rear, as far as weight and distribution of weight and those type of things. And we have those differences in our top 5. Actually, when we look at the one that comes to the top pretty easily and pretty nicely for us, it's the young lady up front there. Balance is nice, has some base width, a lot of dimension to that middle part of its body. You get over the top of this one and the transitions are good. We appreciate that extra muscle this one has in the top side of that skeleton and the way it comes back through that loin and hip. We could maybe extend her out and make her just a little cooler looking if we're going to compare her to Ideal, but do appreciate the basic skeleton of this one. We appreciate the general look of this one and really appreciate that extra width and dimension that she gives us, along with keeping a nice transition from neck to shoulder into forerib. The white one that's next, there's times she gives us views that she's right there in second and gives the one at first just a little bit of a run for her money, but there's views and times that we don't like her as well. She gets just as little forward in her shoulder and her neck. When we get that back and we get her on the move, she looks just a little better. She falls apart just a little bit when we get back to that pin setting. But when we look at uniformity of body depth, when we look at the amount of dimension she has in the middle, the amount of rear flank, the amount of pin set she has as far as width and dimension down to the ground, we think she's a little bit nicer than the one in third in those qualities and put her in second. When we look at the one in third, we'd like to drop that rear flank, widen it out, maybe give her just a little more stoutness in comparison to one, give her a little bit more flank depth and pin width in comparison to 2. Consequently, she goes into third today. When she gets to moving a little bit longer, she gets a little restricted on them rear 2 in comparison to the 2 in front of her. The next one's really somewhat like a brood cow, just a really good one as far as body depth, uniformity of body depth. There's a lot there. This one gets wider as she goes back. She gets a little downhill, doesn't extend quite as cool out through her front end in that front 1/3. The way she's constructed up there, we'd like to make that a little bit neater and trimmer. We'd like her to be a little bit longer bodied, a little bit taller, to make her a little more proportional balanced in comparison to especially the one in first. We get into the next one that has some lower body balance, uniformity of body, gets a little finer bone, gets a little stilty when we watch her walk from the side and behind. Just like to open her up in that hawk to ground situation, give her more stoutness, make her just a little bit more flex from the hawk to the ground especially. We get into some next. Again, we've talked about these other classes, and we get some that get a little lower fronted, don't have quite the look from the side, maybe have some body dimension and width, which we appreciate, but don't flex and look as good on the move. They don't have quite the look as far as femininity and the look from the side and the construction of that front end. But we do appreciate them for the qualities that they do have. Need to change some structure and skeletal quality, some fineness of bone on some of these towards the end, but really, really a nice set. We appreciate these kids bringing them to us once again. Congratulations to them. Let's give them a round of applause.
Your results out of class number 15. First place to J.C. Treadwell, Ulaga, FFA. Second place to Colin Ratliff from Perry. Third place to Alina Lopez, Washington, FFA. In fourth, Colin Ratliff, Perry. In fifth place, Cora Odell, Coweta, FFA. Sixth to Sterling Sandoval, Alva. In seventh, Connor Ratliff, Perry. Eighth place, Landis Howe, LaFleur, 4H. Ninth place, Colton Chupp, Adair, FFA. And 10th place to Austin Farrell from Coyle. That concludes our 15th class. We'll now be showing classes 13, 14, and 15 in our Division 5 championship. Your first place out of class 13 is Adley Hansen from Wanoka, 4H. First out of class 14, That would be KJ Anthony from Asher. And first out of Class 15 is JC Treadwell from Oologah. Second place out of Class 13, Dakota Thurman from Snyder. Second out of Class 14, Dolly Treadwell, Oologah. And second out of Class 15 is Colin Ratliff from Perry. There is your Division 5 lineup.
Well, a really nice set in our heavyweight division. Again, we talked about the last class, and in this division, sometimes maturity and pattern and some of those things cause these things to look a little different and change over the period of a year. And I don't know the ages. I'm just going by looking at them and their weights, and I think we've got a really nice set out here that keeps the youthfulness, keeps their maturity to where it matches their body in proportionality, and I think that's a good thing when we get these top end out here. There's one that to us is just really square built, really made nice, just really put together structurally and skeletally good, really pet's nice, and again, talking about a genuine, just really good quality goat to us wins this division nicely. And then it's going to get real close for reserve again, much like the last two divisions. We're going to pick, or I'm going to go pick our champion of this division, and then we'll bring up the second from that class and try to go through our reserve through fifth so we can get to the others. But excellent set again. It takes everybody to show at this show, and I appreciate the quality of livestock that's been brought to us today, as does Chance, as we've talked through the day. Really quality set, and it's been really fun. Let's give all these kids and the kids that showed in this division a round of applause as I go shake the hand of your champion in this division.
Your champion comes out of Class 14. Congratulations to KJ Anthony from Asher.
Well, we bring the second up from that class, and that one blends in real nice in our top end with our two first on each side. I think that one transitions real well. I really like the blade and shoulder and the way it's laid in and comes up and transitions to that upper part of its cage and comes back progressively and gets wider. I think when we really go to analyzing these and we put them on the move, I think that one just steps down just a little bit neater than the one in front of him, especially in that rear hock. I think he's less restricted in his, or she's less restricted in her movement, moves out just a little bit better as far as transitions from shoulder and blade into that forerib and under that rack than the one in third, a little more feminine, a little more extended. Your middleweight second place will be your reserve of this division.
And your reserve champion comes out of class 14. Congratulations to Dally Treadwell from Oolaga. Your third overall comes out of class 13. Congratulations to Adley Hansen from Winoka. Fourth overall came out of class 15. Congrats to JC Treadwell from Oolaga. And fifth overall come out of class 14. Congrats to Tassie Fadley from Stillwater. We'll now be bringing in our division champions. We're going to start our grand drive. Representing Division 1, your champion was Josie White from Fort Gibson. Representing Division 2, your champion was Kenley Hofschulte from Wyandotte. Representing Division 3, your champion Lucy Bullis, Garfield County 4-H. Division 4, champion Jaylee Sparks, Hartshorn. Champion Division 5, KJ Anthony from Asher. Your reserve Division 1, Josie White, Fort Gibson. Your reserve Division 2, Kenley Brown from Newkirk. Division 3, reserve champion Finley Yoakum, Sapulpa. Division 4, reserve champion Jaylee Sparks, Hartshorn. And Division 5, reserve champion Dally Treadwell from Oologah. There is your 2026 Breeding Doe Show Grand Drive lineup. Mention that the Supreme Doe Kid will receive a $1,500 educational scholarship generously provided by Devon Energy and a pair of horsepower or Macy Bean hand boots courtesy of Rios of Mercedes. On hand today to present our awards for our grands and reserves, Miss Cass Newell, Executive Vice President of the Oklahoma Youth Expo. Representing Devon Energy is Michael Baxter and Tisha Thomas. And representing Farm Credit Association of Oklahoma, Mariah Carter and Casey Chu. Judges today, just as a reminder, were Mr. Steve Sturtz from San Angelo, Texas, and the associate judge is Mr. Chance Neff, also from Texas. I think they've done a fine job throughout the day. If we could, let's give them one more big round of applause for taking time out of their schedule and coming down to evaluate our Breeding Doe Show.
Well, what a beautiful set of goats out here for our champion overall and selecting our top 5. Just really, really proud of this set. I know Chance is too. And as we went through, and I hope that as you saw us judge together, you saw the transparency, you saw that we like a lot of the same things. And I'll tell you, as far as the two-judge thing, he's done a very good job to me, much like Cash did when we did the weather sheep at San Antonio, of me telling him what I like and why, and him not disagreeing with me, just kind of agreeing and saying this is how he sees them and backing up my thoughts. That doesn't mean that he'd have placed every class exactly the same way that I did, but it does mean that there is some commonalities there, and we knew there would be. You don't judge some or train somebody or work with somebody for that many years. And I say train. I was blessed to have a great set of kids under me when I was a livestock judging coach. And I often tell people that those kids would have been good no matter who came there. I just tried to corral them and move them in the right way. And Chance is one of those that has done that and been a super livestock judge all over the nation. And me or somebody else being there, he'd have come up with the same plan at the end of the day and been doing this himself. So I'm not taking credit for Chance being a good judge or doing this, but it is nice to have somebody that you're familiar with and that you've coached and you've discussed lots of livestock classes over the years and watched how it has evolved. It was 20 years ago that I hauled him around. So just really neat to have that support and appreciate his support, appreciate his knowledge. And when we came out here, much like the others, I tell him which 3 I like the best and why I like them the best. And he looks at them, gives me his nod of approval on them and why he thinks that they ought to be placed the same way I do, and that helps back me up, and I do appreciate that. I think that no matter if he would have been here or not, we'd have had these top end at the top. It just made it easier, and I hope that you saw the benefit in working with your youth down the line and being able to talk with the kids that went out. I used to apologize for taking too much time. I don't do that anymore because I think it's important that we take time with those kids that didn't make it this far. I've had plenty of messages after San Antonio thanking me for taking that time and working with those kids and telling them what was wrong with their animals. And I know there were some people on the sidelines that were saying he's taking too long with the culls and taking too long with the ones that aren't going to make the cut. I'm over that, guys. I think it's important, and I think that it takes every one of these goats in this show to make this show go. And I think that the lives that we can touch by working with those kids that go out the gate, you'd be surprised how many people call me and tell me, you can't believe the difference you made. My kid was ready to stop showing, wasn't going to show anymore, doesn't like this, to ready to go another year and grab a hamburger and start looking for new ones, you know. And so I don't apologize for it anymore. I wish we could do it a little faster, and I know the two-judge system is a little slower. There's a hard balance when you're a judge to put together, be concisive, get the best ones to the top, and work with every kid and give every kid a shot. And I don't know that I've reached that balance. There's times I feel like I do take a little more time. There's times I feel like I reach that balance good. But I hope when it's all said and done that you look at the stock that's out here, you can appreciate the stock that we looked at and picked and put to the top, and you can appreciate the fact that we told every kid why they didn't make the cut and why they didn't make, why they're not out here. And so I believe that's important and always will believe it's important. I can't thank OYE enough. It's the second time that I've got to judge the does, the second time Chance has as well. It is a premier show, and as I look through and I get to judge all over the United States, I can't think of a show that I enjoy more than the Doe show here in OYE. It's just high quality. I mean, these classes are deep and the quality is unbelievable, and it's just known for being that way, and taking nothing away from your other shows, because I've judged the weather show, and it's to me right up here with the Doe show as far as quality throughout the United States, and getting the asks, so to believe, or so to speak, that to come and do it. And so I appreciate all of them. Your ring help is amazing. Your help in the offices is amazing. We don't have any problems ever knowing what's going on and where. We get them in, get them out. They do a great job. Let's give all those people a round of applause, because without them, this thing doesn't happen. In saying that, I'm going to let Chance say a few words, and then I'm going to pick your champion. Again, I can't thank you all enough for the opportunity. I tried to thank these kids in every division for bringing me good stock, because it is way fun to judge good stock. And I don't know if you all know the story about the two Harbaugh coaches, and when their dad was a coach at a college, and they're driving down the road and they don't have any air conditioning, and they're running down the road and they got the windows down, and Dad looks back at the boys and says, "Who's got it better than us?" And they said, "Nobody, Dad. Nobody's got it better than us." Well, I feel like nobody's got it better than me and Chance today, to be able to work with the kind of youth we worked with and the kind of livestock we got to evaluate. And I'll let Chance say a few words, and we'll pick our champions in top 5.
Well, it's definitely my pleasure and an honor for me to get to come back. This is my 3rd year in a row here, and I'll be honest, the first time I came, it was, I guess, the last time we did the Does as a solo judge, and nervy and excited and fun was kind of what explained that day for me. And then last year I got to be a part of the 2-judge system for the first time on the weathers, and what a blast it was. And I'll be honest, I didn't know if I would ever get the opportunity to do it again. And then when Cass called and asked me to do it with Steve, it was one of those deals that you think about. And I tell people, like, there's only certain people I'd like to do it with as a tandem, and getting to do it with one of your mentors that meant so much to me growing up. And I'll be honest, Steve probably doesn't know this. I always brag that by God, I got to judge for Steve Sturts and be a part of his program, and just one of the best, most genuine people that I've ever gotten to be around. Black or white, he's going to tell you how it is. And sometimes at the end of the day you may not like it, but he's still going to love you and be your buddy. And just somebody I've always truly looked up to, and getting to do this with him is such an honor. I don't want to talk too much. I want to thank OIE again for having me back, getting to be a part of this. It was a blast of a day, just so much fun. One of them deals, I think you could run this another 15 classes, and we're mentally just so clear, and it's fun that we could do it and keep rolling. And so thanks for having me again. I'd be missing out if I didn't say thanks to my family back home, my wife, taking care of 3 kids that act like me, and I know that's got to be it's definitely a stressful job at times, and she's up to it. And then most importantly, thank my Lord and Savior for letting me be a part of this and getting to come back, because that's without him and putting me around these people that I've gotten to be around, never would have gotten these opportunities. So thanks again for having me. We'll let Steve go out here and slap these things. Thanks one more time.
All I can say is, Lacey, bless your heart, taking care of 3 kids act like Chance. Again, I failed to thank my family and the people that work for me, and we get into these speeches and sometimes we get off, but thanks for Chance for reminding me, but I can't do any of this without my wife and the kids that work for me back home. They just are amazing, and I'm blessed. And once again, as he said, thanks to the Lord and Jesus Christ, our Savior. Don't ever forget to put things in priority and put things that way and put him first. As we look at these for champion and down the line, there's one to us that when you talk about that proportional balance, you talk about that structural and skeletal quality, you talk about that forearm and putting those qualities together as far as muscle shape on a skeleton in a way that's pleasing to the eye and aesthetically pleasing on the move. I think we think there's one that comes to the top nicely. We really like the balance, we like the structure, we like the skeleton, we like the muscle, and we like it as a package. And when we put it in motion, we think that one comes to the top. And then I think there's 2 or 3. We're going to move some up the line because there's some in second place past the first place one and the second place one that we're going to look at hard and compared to the rest of them that are on that front row. But absolutely amazing set. We'll go shake the hand of your champion, and then your reserve will move up the seconds from those holes, probably touch them again and go 3, 4, 5. But what a set, what a great set of kids, what an opportunity for them. Kudos again to OYE for what you do for the youth here in the state of Oklahoma. It's been a blast. Your champion will be this young lady right here. Congratulations.
And your grand champion comes out of Division 4. Congratulations to Jaylee Sparks from Hartshorn.
Your reserve we like just as well, just a little bit off as far as not being quite as bold, not quite as much forearm. This one right in front of me will be your reserve.
And your reserve champion comes out of Division 2. Congratulations to Kenley Hofschulte from Wyandotte. Your Reserve Supreme Doe exhibitor will receive a $1,000 educational scholarship, also generously provided by Devon Energy, and a pair of horsepower or Macy Beam boots courtesy of Rios of Mercedes. And your third overall comes out of Division 4. Again, congratulations to Jaylee Sparks from Hartshorn. Fourth overall comes out of Division 3. Congratulations to Lucy Bullis, Garfield County 4-H. Our third overall breeding doe will receive a $500 educational scholarship, again generously provided by Devon Energy. Fourth overall also receives an educational scholarship in the amount of $250. And your 5th overall doe for the 2026 Youth Expo comes out of Division 3. Congratulations to Finley Yoakum from Sapulpa. Your 5th overall doe will also receive a $250 educational scholarship generously provided by